Alright, let's get into it. Okay, this mouse over here, that mouse over here. Because I have identical mice on the streaming and on the game. Dice go burr. I have a single point to add to my currently disappointing. Apparently, someone's done the math, and despite the fact it claims it adds 30 mining speed here, and then you get the 60, which is the mining haste 3 here. The change between base and instant mine for hardness 3.5, which is vault ores, deep slate ores, and all that, is plus 40. Which between the 30 there and then this is like, okay, so you end up at like 70 total mining speed between the two of those things. So it's like, okay, why why is like, is it just not applying efficiency to the 30, or is the 30 overriding some kind of base instead, or what? But that means that I would need to add 11.2 to that to convert it into a instant miner, give or take. Which I could do it. Something like this. I don't want that quality of it. Where was I? Something like this. Because at this point, I don't think I'm going to end up with Vanilla Immortality all set up on it. But I've got some spare space on it. Something, something. No clue when they're going to get the next patch out. Yeah, I've got enough space there that I could get the vanilla immortality fairly effectively in just a couple levels coming up. But for now, so something like this, which unfortunately does put the vanilla immortality a ways out, because Uh, the it would need to be a legendary vanilla a couple more levels out. Oh, right. It sorts by level now. Yeah. Because 36 isn't quite up to the 20 range, and it would have to be in the 25 range. So, like, I could get some legendaries right now to pair, but I would want to get the 20 base and then, like, one of the legendaries that pushes the 30-40 or so. But otherwise, like, this works fairly well then for mining in a vault. But I also need then to, if I'm going to be using that, I need to swap to using the anchor and also the junk manager thingy. Void Crucible. Which I think. Let's go. How close are the dice to being done? Perfect timing. Yoink. We're going to take these downstairs, I say, as I walk upstairs to the elevator. My dad, who's been using a wheelchair at least part-time for like 4 decades, has a really funny picture of him sitting at the bottom of a set of stairs with a arrow pointing up to up the stairs saying elevator. That he then like also got a couple decades later. Technically the elevator is also available on that level. You just have to go like around some corners and things like that. But it's still like, yeah, the most direct way to the elevator for what most people would be using the elevator for in the academia, because you just need to go up, is around this corner versus. Anyways, I need 3 of these. 7, 8. Then I don't think that I add pogs. Okay. Got enough there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that there? And that's silk block, so that's like a non-cost. 4, 4. Something, something. Remember, Pog is in a certain order, so you should always have it in that specific order. Let's ignore the fact it's a crafting shapeless recipe. Every single stream, gotta remember where in the world I've stuck this stupid thing. Not too bad. Definitely playing rather smooth. I started later on the actual like vault stuff this season, but that was because I've already done so many vault hunters over the years that I wanted to run the combat from level 0 to get a good feel for what it feels like with the new skills and things like that. And I got a fairly decent feeling about its power level, at least poking around the physical AD pool that I tend to do as a sword specialist. So, I should compact some silk. Silky. Silky. There we go. The overflow box. If it ends up in here, it means its drawer is currently overflowing for any of the compactables over here. Shy of knowledge shards, because knowledge shards require this set to uncraftable, and if vault meat starts getting put in anything that can compact to an uncraftable recipe, it'll start making steaks. Like, yes, I can blacklist it from making steaks, but it's better just not to tempt fate if I plan on making a large amount of botany pots long term. In theory, I can probably make a bunch of these right now. I still am hoping that they'll manage to patch it in the next update. Howdy, howdy. Anyways, Void Crucible. Because if I'm going to start hammering, I need to start voiding things I don't need. Now, the problem is I have to decide what are things from the vault I want that I am likely to get well hammering, and what are ones I want to void. Oh. Boop. 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 Pog. Materials. But I won't quite be running into a vault yet. We'll put this by the door so I can remember it. Lemon. Yes, I will take a lemon. Don't need that, don't need that. Because I've got a different project, unfortunately, that is maybe less interesting from an adventurer point of view, but I find it fun, so I do it pretty much every year. So, 1, 2, chrome, metallic, dark metallic, dark gray, gray. So I need 12 singles. Jumbo planks. I need to figure out where in the world I've stuck my redstone torches. I will need more than that, so let's grab the loose redstone, sticks, now I have to figure out where in the world the stack sticks are. Stick stacks are. Oh, wait, you already have some drawers there. Why are you making separate ones? Because, those are for the, for all of the arrays of things that actually go into the altar. Because I counted out everything, including arrangements like this, and then crafted all the drawers, and then I will have all the drawers. I won't have all the compression upgrades, because that takes 38 compression upgrades, which is not quite 80, 76 vault diamond blocks. Which, like, if you're spending that many vault diamond blocks on anything at this level, most people expect it to be like, oh yeah, you're unlocking a bunch of things. Fortunately, most of my research party is doing the unlocking, so at level 39 I might have a chance of getting this kind of done eventually, but it competes with knowledge stars, which is a bad design, which is why I really hope they're going to get around to fixing the recipe so it's a bit closer to it's driftwood. Anyways, it's technically this can be any type. 9, 10, 11, 12. Because I'm about to dye all of these. Because I'm building a color wall. Also, you can centrifuge out the dyes from wool colors, so it can make it fairly easy to get any colors you might need for setting up a wall, just as long as you've got some sheep. Alright. Fine. I'll put those manually back. And those manually back. Alright. Gray, blue, cyan. Red. Yeah, it does have a yellow. And then it has me like go, what colors of these are closest, which is fun. So let's go with the color ones first. Though this cyan is probably closer not to the cyan, but the light blue. No, I don't need that. I need this. Dang. Gotta be mindful of where on it you're placing it, otherwise it's just going to dye the edge. just going to dye the edge. Or in that case, the not edge. Anyways, time to set things on a ceiling, which involves jumping a bit for the first one, because otherwise it faces downward unless you got like the plus reach that we get at the end of Vault Hunters, because it's about angle to the player. See, I can't even do it consistently with that. Because you have to hit it at the right place on there to, like, be putting it far enough back. Which is, like, I know what you were trying to do, Pepperfly, but it's a little bit annoying. Anyways. Honestly, I should put this in the offhand. Walk these stupid suckers. So they'll put things in memory. Put them up here. Sure, I don't expect to necessarily get all of these, especially if I start voiding things. But alright. So we've got two that I would describe as requiring black. Maybe three that require full gray. We'll assign this one light gray. And this one light gray, and we'll assign this one white. So boop, boop. One white. Two light gray. I don't want flat tops. Gotta remember I can't shift click until I'm actually done with it. Why is the regular gray that much darker? Too black. Alright. Yeah, it's not going to be perfect because these are not Minecraft color graded. Not to mention they apparently very harshly look based on like light for the colors on the barrels. Noting that like I've got to do this with the concrete powders, which I have to even like make all the different colors of concrete powder, but fortunately concrete powder is easy because universal redying, and I've got a bunch of yellow here, and I've got the full color gamut over there. Which one? I think the dark gray is technically darker. Yeah, just by a little bit, which means I'm going to have to assume probably the gray Hard to tell, especially because I got the light right there. Arguably, it might be the light that's telling you those are different shades. Metallic. Oh. Yeah. Unfortunately, the gray is much more blue. I've already dyed it. It gets to stay. Oh. Howdy, howdy. And let's put these away. Whichever one of these are. There we go. So that's that. Next step. Upstairs, upstairs. Where'd I stick the stupid things? This is not quite the furthest corner. Technically, I've got out to about here-ish that I could actually put barrels and drawers and still be in range of the controller here in the ceiling here. Since you get 15 and this is 12. Yeah. Yeah, this wall and an air gap on this side. But I decided I didn't need it that far out because this section is entirely 4x4 panels pretty much. Because it's concrete, glass, terracotta. Because color walls. One of my favorite stupid little things that you can do with drawers that is absolutely not required to do with drawers is just doing the... What? Yeah. It's currently that controller. I wander over to other people's storage systems from time to time, so I have to double check what my stupid wrench is set to. Because sometimes it's like, I try and attach it to the storage that's buried over here in this cave at a different Y level, so you can't actually even see their base because this is under their base instead of in their main base, which is slightly higher up. Colorful. Cave mapping. Or in this one's base. I can see inside their base with the cave mapping. Haha. Well, I can see in their base as of the last time I was in it. For style. Yeah, I can't have all of the dyes in hand at once. Let's see. It's 16, but I've already got pink. Black cam. There's this on. So I could rip into there, right there, if I wanted to go and deal with him. Because I'm not currently an AP build, so I can't shoot through walls. Probably should swap that from time to time, but you know, I only do AP builds when I need to boost the rate I'm generating EXP. And otherwise, I stick to non-AP builds. For my main gameplay, just because I prefer those for actually playing. Now, I have to potentially decide how I'm going to handle the corner there, because I might just need to put in a second link if I don't put a barrel into that corner as like a linking piece, but I'm not sure if I actually want to put a barrel that will be only visible by being over here compared to the rest of the storage. I'm tempted to do it for glass, since this is glass and frameless glass here, but maybe not. And like, it wouldn't be too hard for me just to go another one of these, but facing this way on this side. So of course I'm going to end up with another one of these over here. And technically there's a bunch of dead space in the middle of this. Gotta have everything. Everything, even if you're not going to use everything. Eventually I need to actually get one of everything in the index instead of just set the index using the memory function, because this is just pouches. Remember, this is just pouches. All the mid barrels and all of the sophisticated barrels are all just pouches with different steps. Something, something. Just give me the compression upgrade for my backpack directly. Save us the time and effort. Alright. And that becomes that. And that becomes slightly annoying. If those accidentally despawn, they're entirely vanilla resources to make more of. Alright. Goes there. I can't shift click it, so I'll only get the ugly ones. Okay, actually they probably look fine. It's drawers. They're supposed to have the slight recess on the front. So that's spoilers. All right. Don't have to do yellow. Oh, do have to do yellow. Do have to do pink. Already did white. 2-line. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. All right. 1 pink, 1 yellow, 1 lime, 1 orange, 1 red, and nothing else was stored at the moment, so lime, pink, yellow. Dang it. Fine, fine, fine. Let's do. Let's do a stand on the box. Everyone loves the game Stand on the Box. There we go. Now I can start putting things on that line. Bop, 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 bop. That lets me go. And then I go. Ooh. Balance. Come on, come on. Right, I should actually put the pink in its drawer. I can potentially wait on the yellow because I'm currently using it as my. I've got a bunch of it. Then I have to hit like a bunch of these with water. Maybe. Depending on how much I manage to steal from the paper. Alright. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. Because I need to spin out more die from those eventually. Potentially soon. Um, Oop, 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 oop. Look, great mod pack. Lots of fun mods, very useful. I have beef with basically anybody who had anything to do with programming just about anything in this. Because uh, if you aren't bugged just a little bit by something in your game, are you really actually enjoying it? Because if it's 100% only dopamine, that's just drugs. Okay. Not necessarily, but you know. What's in? What? I have failed to put pink in its drawer even yet. I was like, yeah, I should put pink in this drawer, and then it's like, nope. Anyways. That's concrete dyes. Breadboard. Actually, it's terrible to do concepts like you only get a food or snack as a reward for doing something because, like, usually the disordered eating is worse for you than just kind of going, yeah, have a snack because you're hungry. Uh, Ceiling shulker needs unloaded. All right. This one, I'm starting from the top. Which actually isn't too much easier. And anybody who has any complaints about the order I'm putting my color barrels, you need to come and bug me back in 2022, 9 seasons ago, because you aren't going to manage to stop me now. Because I made my cube and I like the pattern. Plus, at least a few people are going to have a hard time arguing that It doesn't make sense. Because, besides whatever brown is doing down here, it's like... You guys see the logic, right? It's about mixing palette. Alright. That's the next rig. We've got gray, light gray, brown, no black concrete, red, like I've got them all up, so there's no reason for me to do these in any specific order because I can just kind of go purple, light blue, yellow, lime, orange, white. So I need to not that one. That doesn't hurt me. Tap that one. I don't want AI viewers. I hardly handle the ones I've got right. Anyways, this has been making a decent amount of iron for it not even being on. This is 32 times more effective than the little iron farm blocks you get from Easy Villagers. It is absolute overkill. Because you need maybe 3 of the iron farms from Easy Villagers by late game. Unless you're handcrafting anvils. And even then. Glass. This is where the question comes in, because I'm not doing tint glass, though I do craft a decent amount of tinted glass for some of the later things, but I am doing all stained glass. Do 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 do. Anyways. So these aside for now. Clear. The annoying thing is most of these aren't going to be in there at the end of it, because to make the frameless glass, you have to take the framed glass or the standard stained glass and craft 8 of it into the frameless, edgeless glass, and it's like, well, like I can always do more if I decide I actually want it for like a build or something, but at the same time, it's like, what am I using it for? The point of this is so that I can go, whenever I actually get the stuff, I can put it in the storage. And if I don't get the stuff, I don't have to worry about putting it in the storage. I also need to breed more than 3 of each sheep. Spinny machine. Make me some green. My power is just outside there and is being wirelessly transmitted only about 8 blocks, so... There's an Enderman stealing my lawn outside. I'm going to have to deal with that later. Always love that. Anyways, already got red, so... Green. Blue. Light blue. Orange. Then we can go clear. Of course it's clear, it's regular glass. Yay, Crafty's on. Crafty has been on so much today, even if I only got around to playing this evening. Earlier when I saw her online on the status message, it was like, oh, currently 100% of my bandwidth is being eaten by dumping the VODs onto YouTube just so that they'll be preserved someplace besides just my hard drive. So, didn't get an opportunity to hop on and hang out before. And next up, I've got pink. So, pink, 2, 2. Barrels. I need to stop doing that. It's getting annoying. Alright, now. Oop. Yellow, pink, white, lime. Yeah, to put them in the opposite order, right? So that pink is here. I'm sure that will bug 0 people, including myself. Looks like probably I need to spin out some black dye next. Yeah. I will have so much white wool to re-dye into the other colors, which is absolutely not required because I'll just share more sheep and then I will have all of the colors I need to dye things into. So barrels, huh? Oh, why'd you get rid of drawers for remastered? Oh, because the frameless was always causing so much lag. Yeah, like 400 pouches pretending to be a storage system is going to be less lag. Don't fall for the pepperfly propaganda. It's not much less laggy compared to everything else. It just is less likely to corrupt a chunk if you use too many of them. Because all of these are storing their data on a database, not inside the chunk as a block. The shulkers are in the way, so... Whoop. Whoop. Yeah, now the question is, where am I going to put this? Because that's what I need to answer by the end of this is, where does the glass drawer end up sitting? Shulker, shulker, shulker. Alright. Boop, boop, boop. F1 go bearer. Field view is annoying. Not exactly perfect, but that'll make a good screenshot. Frameless glass. stack, stick, stack. Stick, stack, patty whack, give the dog a bone. This little jingle gets my whole thing. No, wait. I don't have monetization, so, that isn't gonna matter. Redstone torches. Picking driftwood. Limited barrel 1. We need, yeah, 16. Then we put this, all right here. And this back in here. All right. One orange, one yellow, one blue, one lime, one light blue. I already have the one yellow. I already have the orange, one magenta. Now this allows me to place absolutely 0 of them. Because not one of those touches the floor or ceiling. So, brown. Brown. Okay, don't actually need both because I can go like this. There we go. Brown. Sneaky. And yeah, that's not why it's supposed to go walk. It's supposed to go ups. Upsies. 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 Not. Upsies. Yellow. Orange. Magenta. At least this is slightly easier than the frameless drawers, because the old frameless drawers, you couldn't do this because you would be like, this is a frameless drawer that is, or a frame drawer that is using the frameless glass, which is not the same as the glass. So, then do the Murray color pick. I I heard grass stepping there. Anyways, green cyan. Brown's next. Back in my day, cookies were a luxury good. Alright. Why did you lose your memory of what you're linking to? Alright. I had black frameless somewhere. It's upstairs. No, I used up the last of it fixing the window. Yeah. Terrible. And the rest I've managed to harvest some of. So this is the annoying thing, is like I can't just do this because it has to actually be the circle. So like yay, I've got at least some pink glass left. Oh no, heckin' thunder. Whatever will I do? Aw, someone short-circuited my plan to make a sleeping bag and just sleep on the floor down here. And the answer is whoever made Buildscapes. Fine, I've got chairs. Chairs. See, chairs. Alright. Now the easiest way to actually load these is... Well, like, these ones actually would have been fine because they're already in the hotbar, but... Otherwise, it's like... Open. 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 You don't have to unlock things to remove them. You can do it with the memory settings on a locked one. In case you have like some actual farms hooked up to the drawers that you don't want to accidentally put stuff in. Because you have like a redirect when something gets full. I don't know, maybe you're actually composting your extra vines or whatever, so you don't have a void upgrade on. But, you know, you don't want it to start filling up with the vines because you just unlocked it for a half second while you were trying to swap it from white to pink. Anyways, that's frameless glass selected. Whoop, whoop. It's the stupid upgrade. I can never remember whether it's 4 or 2 of the iron or the Larimar for the stupid iron upgrade. I am glad that it changed to the stupid little red one in the middle. Not quite how I wanted to put that in the drawer. Because I don't want that to be a smart chest, I want that to be a dumb chest. So when it's a smart chest, it hooks up to the drawers. And I need it not to be hooked up to the drawers. So it needs to go back to being a dumb chest. To match its owner. Anyways. The big thing is this lets me later on put in both the compression upgrade and the stack upgrade. Like, I have no clue whether or not they're going to adjust the recipe, but I have suggested some change of recipes for the what she call it, compression upgrade, so that it's technically more expensive because of the fact it's not locked into a drawer that you can never like move over to a different thing, but is instead movable, so it's technically more powerful than the old drawers were. But at the same time, isn't 18 vault diamonds to make? But you never know whether or not they're going to take a suggestion and pay attention to it and actually get around to making it too, because sometimes even if they think, oh, that's a great idea, unless somebody like right then and there put it into the code, there's a chance they just like nobody's going to do it. Clay. How much clay do I have? 53 of it. Do I go devastate a Badlands? Or do I just kind of... Like, technically, these are my caves. Any ecological devastation I do in them is unlikely to affect any of the other players. So I can always just kind of go and get a bunch of a bunch of clay and turn it into terracotta by hammering out my own caves. Heck, it doesn't even take that much effort to get into them. What was it? Here. I probably shouldn't use the fortune one for that. Now, the hammer's not going to do anything quite yet, because I'm still within the 3x3 suppression area of the hammer. So at this point, it's just a very expensive pickaxe if I'm anywhere near here. So I need to get further down, further in, and further to one side to get away from my base. So ow. Okay. If you can see the hammer grade, the hammer is active. The hammer is active, I'm no longer in the suppressed area. Also, test one. Yay! New mining speed is in fact fast enough to instant deep slate ores. Why is people messaging? Oh, look. My car that keeps getting borrowed because my sister has her car in the shop, now gets to go into the shop until Friday. This is why I say I don't have a car, because, like, if I have 100% control of something, I can properly say, oh yeah, that's mine. If somebody else has it, like, I almost always defer priority for usage of anything to other people that are borrowing it. Is this the best way to handle this as a mature adult? Probably not, but you know. Um, One sec. This may seem like a little bit weird thing to do. Let's teleport to my out point. Open the door, close the door. There we go. Now we go back into the hole in the ground. Wow. Once I deposit what we'll deposit. How would I find an emerald ore? None of these are mountain biomes. I'm in a swamp. Swampy is not mountain. Swamp should not be getting mountain exclusive minables. Hammer. 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 Close, but no cigar. Also, I could do with a larger magnet range. Obviously. I swear I heard a skeleton shoot at me there. But if not, like auditory hallucinations is not explicitly in things I think of as my family history, but there are adjacent things, so it may be that we end up with slight amounts of auditory hallucinations that mean that I might actually just be hearing things. Which is, far as potentially troubling symptoms you might inherit from your family and whatever's going on. And whatever nonsense they've got. Is like, at least this is mostly just a bother. If it's only the auditory. raw geode. Alright. Looks like a decent bet is... That is 5. A little bit wider than I needed it to be. This is why I disagree with anyone who says the baguette is useless. Because, well, the hammer only uses 1 durability for every single block it mines. Your gut does not use 1 food. Okay, that's probably more than enough clay. So... none of these are to match bag contents, so... and Higher Void is prohibitively expensive early game. Which tactically kind of makes sense, but at the same time does make early work like this annoying. Eye oil, everyone loves you. Ice skeleton, everyone loves you too. Alright. I complained about new Mattercraft today. Here I've got this stupid thing. It looks like it's a liquid, but you can't swim in it. It's just taking up space. It's flowing everywhere. It's being ugly. You can't get rid of it by, like, just trying to pour a bunch of water really over it. because like the water doesn't flow into one spot. You can get it like one spot at a time, and then it's otherwise like, okay, how am I supposed to get rid of this? Well, you're supposed to like just pick all of it up with a bunch of buckets or something to clear it out. And it's like, okay, you can't swim in it, so if I've hammered it, I'm now much further down from it. So I now need to point my way up to go and deal with it. And it's like, ugh. Anyways, out of curiosity, okay. Everyone's fairly good about actually telling me when they send me things. Alright. Terracotta. Let's cook us some terracotta. At some point, I need to finish this basement and some of the other decorative stuff up here. But that's still future me's problem, and current me is annoyed with cushions and is working on the color wall. And this is just a compaction issue. Yeah, one good thing about having other people doing the research is you can get like a lot of the researches done. The bad thing with having other people do the research is now every time you try and use a mod box, you've got like that much less chance of getting the few things you would have tried to focus on early. Stares intently. Stares intently. Stares intently. Stares intently. Stares intently. Stares intently. All right. Time to figure out where I can grab a compression upgrade. For some storage and compression. One of the reasons why this is also important is because not just you can do this in the overworld, but factories give you like the 2 and 3x consistently. So if you do the 2 and 3x, one moment. Someone has decided they need to call me right now. Alright. And that's how I'm supposed to spell back. Anyways, you know when you're like playing a game with other people and like you're not quite into it and then like eventually you get into it? But then like just after you're ready to like really play with other people is when everybody else is finally done playing. Yeah. So that caused some annoyance and a bit of a meltdown. The annoying thing is I can't compress the clay in the same way to put it in here. You wanna know why? Wanna know why I can't? Because you can't uncraft into clay balls. Same with snow. Like I could put a bunch of snow away right now and have it like auto compressing with the compression upgrade from the other storage over here, but no. Anyways, grab a hole. And then to be able to pull the upgrade back out in the middle, you have to have both hands free. Then you can go like this. Pull it. All right. Hey, there's terracotta. And in theory, that gave me a decent amount of time to work on all of the terracotta. Anyways, back in driftwood you go because driftwood variants are one of the ones you need the most mixed. Not the absolute most mixed, but all right. Too compressed. One layer down. There we go. 2x clay. 1x clay. I hope they get around to doing this recipe to get us back to the usability, because this is what the altar asked for. And it seems like it's a bit of a defeat of the purpose if I have to put all of my got it from a factory clay blocks through a machine to unpack it into clay balls. Same with the compressed snow blocks, just to be able to use it. Speaking of, alright. Already stared intently at all of those. I don't have big drip leaf in the array yet. You know what? You can trade for small drip leaf from the wandering trader eventually. And this drawer wasn't assigned anything. Now, is he under the floor or is he upstairs? That man was stuck in my house and was going to be annoying. So, solved. All right. Upstairs. Don't need to change which. All right. Modded, 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 modded. Oh, no, vanilla. Not that I need it. Altar. Mush. Yeah. Don't need the stems directly for any of that. Modded. Campfire sounds louder than normal today. Something typing one-handed jokes. Look. My hand is on the mouse. Ugh. And all of that becomes available to access via the chest monster. And later on, I'll get a proper storage. This I potentially just need to make some storage for the ores from the vanilla stuff at some point as well, even though they aren't directly used anyplace. That's a later problem. But now they get to live in here, where they can be annoying. Anyways, unfortunately, only half my terracotta cooked in that time, because only half of it was in the immediate cooker. Man, because I don't want to figure out what buildscape double cook recipes exist. I already accidentally made a bunch of steel that I have no use for because cooking iron twice makes steel out of buildscape, and it's like, yay. So I can't just have it pull the iron powder and then put the cooked iron ingots in the same slot, because then it'll start pulling the iron ingots. Yay. Did I finish? Right. Okay. What's my terracotta colors I've already got? I've already got brown. I already got blue. I already got purple, light gray. Okay. So I do want to spin out some light gray, because I still have more color arrays. And I forgot to grab those while I was over here. Yeah, this isn't too expensive. Making this is what I could put behind the clay storage and the snow storage to have them unpack into just the clay balls and just the snowballs. And it works out fairly good. It's 8 copper, 6 nickel, 11 iron, 1 tin, a plank, 20 Larimar, 3 redstone blocks, 5 chromatic steel, and a vault diamond makes the entirety of one of these. And there's a few, like, some of the vanilla resources and the modded overworld ores are reduced every second or third recipe, because you've made more than enough of them every second or third recipe for an extra one. But all right. There's a difference. All right. So brown. Only needs one because I've got brown already. Terracotta, terracotta. Okay. Brown. Orange. Blue. Purple. Light gray. Yellow. The 17 barrels. Offhand. Light gray. Brown. Yellow. Orange. Purple's free floating. Blue's free floating. So I think I need to do red. Red's next. Red. One of these times I will get good at this. It's not this time. All right. And because I have red out, let's go ahead and dye this batch red. Then we can go blue, which, as you can tell, these colors match so well with the barrel colors that you cannot tell the difference between the terracotta coloring and the barrel coloring. Practically invisible. I can't even tell that they're in the storage, especially not light gray. Anyways. Okay, gotta spin out light blue next. Toss them on the ground, toss them on the ground, your inventory's full, toss them on the ground. Unfortunately, like the next cyan, pink, magenta. The next step is like really easy because the next array is just take one of each of these and stick them through the redstone furnace upstairs. White, lime, green, blue, gray. These go in the I will decide what to do with them later box. I need to go eat a amethyst cluster at some point. Like the entirety of an amethyst. I think. I think I've done all the plastics. That looks like I did all the plastics. And I just need to figure out where I'm going to stick the plastics. This was easy, because this was just like, oh, it's 12? I've got a space for 12 up there. Shulker box go in shulker box storage. Anyways, this semi-cheaty overflow, you stick in memory anything you want that needs compressed constantly. You give it the advanced compacting upgrade. This says that it only gets to compact the things that let you uncompact them. And like, yeah, you can just go, hey, it's not allowed to compact into stakes. And then whenever anything like overflows from any of these, because there's another slot designated in the drawers for them, they'll end up in here automatically compacting. And like later on, I can put in stack upgrades too, and then it'll take longer before I have to unload this into the main system. And this technically works as a fairly decent buffer, at least as far as like the decor blocks go. Like, to be fair, it's not bad for carbon either. The only problem is if this is the only place, say, raw carbon or other things are, they aren't going to go in their designated drawer. And right now, 1/9 of the time, knowledge dust doesn't unload at the end of a vault when I stare intently to get it out of my backpack using the deposit upgrade. Anyways. I wonder how much of the glazed terracottas I already have. That's right, none. They show up a few times as decorations. They aren't used anywhere in the vault stuff, which is why they didn't already have their designated containers already made. Where did I stick the redstone blocks? Yes, that's exactly what I wanted you to do. Very good. the villagers are going to just keep printing cats down here. And, like, if I don't tame them, they'll despawn. Better than it was... How long ago? Because there was a time where, like, those wouldn't despawn, and you would just end up with, like, dozens of cats anytime you had a villager trading hall or anything like that. Limited barrel ones. These go in here. I lost one of the cushions when I punched one and then didn't pick it up because I got distracted getting the phone call. Oh well. I wasn't using them anyways, so. And it cost me like so little wool to make each cushion. Isn't he adorable? You can tell how little brains are inside that skull. Okay. Oop. I hope I haven't actually started already spinning out my blue wool. Otherwise, this would be embarrassing. Uppies, uppies, uppies stairs. Then down the stairs. And I brought none of the terracotta here to cook. I'll get that when I have to spin out the next color. There's cyan, light blue, well, cyan, blue, purple, magenta, green, lime, light blue, orange, red, white, pink, white, black, yellow, gray, dirt, gray and brown. Orange, red. Something, something, let him cook. It would help if I had the turbo upgrade in this. But I've added no upgrades to it yet. So I can't be bothered to do the FAF here. But somebody has rolled him somewhere on the server. I can probably raid him from somebody else's storage without a problem. One sec. It means very little because casual. It's still fun to do, though. One managed to hit the teleporter, or he walked all the way up the stairs. I think they walk up the stairs sometimes because since mob pathing works by columns and then like highest point and different things like that, so potentially like the higher someplace is, the more likely it is to be traveled to. Let's go put the glazed ones away. Alright. Yellow glazed. Cyan glazed. Red glazed. Blue glazed. Brown glazed. Black glazed. Light blue. White. Pink. Purple. Magenta, the best color. Orange, lime, green, light gray, gray. I've been going through all these color ones. I wonder which one goes here. All right. Double message, double message. Okay, that's weird. Like, yeah, it is their test set, so they can be weird about things. But a sorcery as your commander. Sure, it's legendary, which limits it so that you're not using it at odd times, but because you need to have a legendary to use the legendary as far as the spells go. Okay, that is cyan. Then blue. Then I need to craft purple and magenta, and I need to go spin out some cyan wool next time I'm upstairs. Puppies. Three, 12. So it ends up being this thing, I think. Was the... Yeah, because it's 1, 2... 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. You know, just so you've got the extra little bit of info in case you're ever trying to deselect something like a delooter. You need to make sure that you set something with an inventory there when you're going to get rid of it. So, pastels, crystals, which I don't have all the crystals made yet, gelatines, which I did. Plastic. Noting that I'm going to ignore the added Lego blocks of plastic. Yep. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Added by the industrial foregoing. Because, like, there's a certain level of legacy I want to leave for when I'm making the color wall. And it just doesn't fit the vibe of everything else going on. Light gray, brown, red, blue, orange, light blue, cyan again. Oh, you don't like the fact that the new storages are essentially just a whole bunch of sacks on the wall with extra bugs? This is clearly the cleanest and smoothest adoption of any kind of change to this mod pack we've had ever. Given the fact that players complained when we got the jewelable tools, something you can't actually tell us that beggars don't get to be choosers, because we will complain about anything even when it makes things easier. Like, yes, the limited barrels are more powerful than the original drawers. Sure, you can't get quite as insane as making your stone compacting drawer stone for the block appearance, but I can still do my stupid color wall. Well, less stupid. Alright. What colors was I needing to put away? Or needing to spin up? I've already started spinning up that. We're going to take this back upstairs and just spin a new array up. Have at it, sir. Alright. Next up. So this is probably just light grays, lime, orange, yellow, pink, light blue, purple. It's my thought process. But I need another 16. Which means I need another half stack of jungle planks. I need to just move the redstone blocks over here. Stack of driftwood. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uncompress this. Uncompress this. Uncompress this. All right. Yellow, pink, purple. Yellow, pink, purple, light blue, lime, light gray. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I am missing one of the colors. There we go. That is fun to watch. Now, these don't have a designated color order or whatever. But in theory, I should try and do some kind of coloring or ordering. In theory. But theory is for suckers. Alright. It is in my inventory. Smooth gray. Okay. I did already have that. I don't need that much, apparently, on the gray. Wait a minute. Hmm. Right, I was thinking I could potentially take up the slots underneath as the 2 extra slots as standard glass, standard terracotta. That was fine. So smooth gray goes here. Gray goes here. Um, something, something. Remember when we fought Iskallia about not having danks? Good times, good times. Smooth. Not smooth. Smooth. Not smooth. I'll need to move my sheepies at some point. Because they can't be that close to the wall. Because they're blocking the bottom row. Alright. Dead space, dead space. I need to put in the 2x2. I have 2x2 drawers for the dies. I need to put in 9 slots for plastic, 9 slots for crystals once I get all the crystals made, 8 slots for gelatine, so 8, 9, 2x2 for dies, which the dies are part of the grand array, so they go in those. Storage day, storage day. What do you mean there's vaults in this game? I thought I was just supposed to make walls full of storage. Why would I do anything but sit at home and make storage? There's other things to this game? Why did nobody tell me this before I spent 2 weeks doing a raid farm and an iron farm? Alright. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. I get to annoy myself because backwards. Purple. No, no, not purple. Purple. Cyan. Blue. Light blue. Green. Magenta. Purple. Red. Orange. Yellow. Pink. White. Lime. Black. Gray. Light gray. Brown. I have the smallest amount of extras of these already made, so I can do this for a little bit of it. Plastic. Lightweight plastic. Not downward facing. Good. technically, I think it should be dark gray for that one, but I've already made it an extra light gray, so um okay, fine, I'll re-dye it. Such a waste of dye. It's so expensive. Over-engineered pouches that I stick on my wall. Oh, look, it was already gray. All right. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Whoop. Oh, look. 12 jungle planks. I wonder what I might use those for. I'll use them for regretting life choices. All right. Yeah, that thanks, Obama. Sitting here 35, having dealt with colors my whole life, still having to go, it's Roy G. Biv, right? Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Like, I have nothing actually putting anything into these, so I don't have to be going into these to pull the memory. I can just unlock them and lock them again really quickly, but all right. Gelatines. That's clear cyan, that's clearly blue, that's clearly a line, that's clearly a yellow, that's clearly an orange, that's clearly a red. All right. I will trust it to be accurate on that. I should have at least 8 more spare in my count that isn't, because I did like a half extra stack of some of the other colors, and I haven't taken up that many with non because I like handcrafted each of the extras for these so far, so I'll need to actually handcraft some more for the crystal, but given the fact I have to go hunting for stuff from the crystal anyways, because I don't have the amount of amethyst either as already fortuned amethyst bits, which I could make one really expensive router to handle that. Just give it like some fortune picks and tell it to pretend to be me, and then give it a extremely long range Mark III sender, and then stick it on the amethyst down here. Or I can just go and find a couple of random amethyst geodes and eat them and then take them apart. All right. Red, orange, yellow, green. Blue, indigo. Violet. Ultraviolet. Next up, crystals. Next up, like, that means it's connected. All right. crystals. I need more amethyst. So, we're going to go get more amethyst. Where are we going to get more amethyst? In the square hole. Look at that iron go. That might be in my hammer's suppression area. No. Okay. So, of course, it's like one of the deepest possible caves that I dumped everything down. Like, at least I've got the anchor, so items aren't too terrible to clean up. I just have to get within spitting distance of them. Alright. That's a decent amount that I can take apart by sticking through the, whatchamacallit. I will probably want to make just, like, one of these someplace around into an actual disassemble, and then, like, I don't know, water streams or what? That's just a bunch of tropical fish there. Yeah, it's a tropical fish death pile. That'll all go away the next time I reload my client. Otherwise, it's going to hang in space there in every dimension. But I'm unlikely to run into that particular set of coordinates in the vault, because if I travel several thousand blocks out in the vault... Rude creepers, rude. Yeah, like if I hooked up some of these, just like some routers with some fortune upgrades. This is going great. Leader zombie. Like, if it weren't for the fact I'm on service, this would be one of those ones where, like, you light up this cave and it becomes a really good place to build. Except for the fact you're going to continually get more and more Endermen building up in it. Because they're never exposed to daylight, so they're never teleporting out of here. They're constantly hitting blocks, so they can't despawn. Can't unfortunately collect the small drip leaves in the wild, even with the intervention of the hammer. It just breaks. Dungeon. Rude. I'll take the name tags. And everything else because I'm here. All right. 1. Okay. Down 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Vanilla Generation, go Burr. Fun. As is that. But none of that really matters because I should have known. All right. Now. And I love how like there was that big obvious chromatic iron up there, and then it's like, how much did I get? Only 2. I clipped 2 pieces off the edge of that. I mean, I have no reason to complain about the resource gathering, at least. And I wasn't even going for chromatic iron, so it's not like I got gypped out of the farming I was attempting to do. Oh my god, it's going to get cancelled. You can't use gyp. Because it is disparaging to the Roma people who are constantly being accused of being outsiders, thieves, and the derogatory term coming from accusing them from being Egypt, which apparently is bad according to the racists. So it was the other way around. That gives me enough that I can finish the index if I pull out which ones I already have. I've got red, I've got green, I've got yellow, I've got blue, indigo, red. Okay, so you can turn white crystal into white crystal, but you can't turn any of the other crystals into white crystal. Such a useful recipe. Can't go through that. Anyways. Alright. Next step. Regret the fact I haven't started voiding Deep Slate yet. Calcite is part of stuff I need for the vault. Okay. I overcompressed all my stone earlier. Okay. These I have to put through the thing upstairs. These go upstairs into the chest monster. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4. That makes an upgrade base. Then it was 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's more than 4. And, like, to be fair, I absolutely can just raid that from someone else's storage, because these come out of mod boxes and people have a bunch of these. Because this is still like a dozen plus crystals high level. And I've got an igneous extruder if I need to start making even just like 1 or 2 of them. All right. Glass gets put away. Smashy, smashy. Cake. All right. I've put my kiwis again. And 2 of the crystal colors apparently are upstairs someplace. Let's go grab those. Okay, I could do this from the chest monster. But there we go. Then make sure that I've got all. Jumble. Okay. Downsy daisies. Clear the memory on that. Chromatic iron ore is something I'll collect frequently enough that it gets a designated spot on the end cap. Alright, alright. I need 9 of these, so it's easiest to just do 9. Then funnily enough, planks are also one of the extra things that don't go on the primary wall. 3, 4, 5. 20, I only need 18. There we go. They're what my windows are made of upstairs, so. That's why I had some already in storage. All right. All right. Now I get to pick what colors I think work best out of the dyes. White, black, lime, blue, cyan, red, yellow. Orange. All right. Did I get 9 colors there? I want to say probably not. 3. What color did I miss? Magenta. Because that's clearly going to be magenta. Okay. Thanks, Quark. That's what I wanted. Yep. Let's ignore the fact that the only reason I pushed those buttons earlier was because I was in my inventory. and was uncompacting things. I was clearly out in the world looking at what I wanted to place where. Red, orange, yellow, green. I did that one wrong. Fix the barrel, the stupid barrel. This is exactly what I want. Yeah, I know. In theory, that's wrong, but it's not like it's actually the proper rainbow or whatever. It's all right. And I believe that ends today's color theory. Thanks for putting up with my nonsense. Let's get a vault going. Yeah. But let's get a vault going. I mean, give me a minute. I'm going to be standing here smacking things for a minute or 7. Including moving the sheep a bit to someplace more appropriate for farming long term. Okay. I can't take off the MBT just by sticking it in there. Zero contents in all the shulker boxes. Something I should have done a while ago instead of just always going to spawn to do this. A post box. And where's the most appropriate place for a post box? Right there. I still have to get my mail delivered to the front, but I can ship it out from here which makes it easier if I have to raid anything from the storage here. Because I haven't bothered to start any of the modded storage. Alright, I should have one limited barrel. Let's see if I can trick this stupid thing into doing what I want it to do. We're going to make it the most annoying thing we can. The correct answer is no, because a shulker box is considered 100% of the storage capacity of any limited barrel. Anyways, that's an aberration. It's going to go away once I'm no longer looking at it. I actually can put whatever in it. It's just not updated. Client side. Alright. This is the drawer where all of them are going to go instead. Or, not drawer. Container. Alright. I needed kelp. I needed arrows. Which I could just make a Fletcher to buy a bunch of arrows from if I didn't have them. But I've got them. Let's see. Let's grab that kelp back out. Kelp, arrows, quartz, and moss. I haven't put quartz up because I'm putting it with the minerals, not with the blocks. Quartz. Alright. Let's complete a crystal. Okay, so that's all the quartz and all the arrows I have in this state. So we're going to put those here. I've got the crystal. I've got my offhand. Got experience bottles. Was it 61? Yep. Alright. What are things that I can get in the vault that I don't want to have to deal with farming outside of the vault for ease of collection? The compressed blocks that show up in the mossy cobble is easy to craft. Do any themes have podzol? I know that if I put in rooted dirt, I'm going to get tons of rooted dirt fairly quickly, and I'll remove it from the exclusions fairly shortly after doing so. Uh, just a couple of bolts. Those, whenever I get them. These are few and far between. And technically, I don't actually need to have those because I'll get lots. I don't have magma blocks here because I have them with hostile mobs. Not because I think we're going to get the unpacking recipe for them, but because one can dream. Alright. Let's go upstairs and add these in. You click once, because if you click twice, it will void whatever's already in there. Then it was... I wish... Sack? Like, these rarely show up, but they show up in the, very specific, dungeons, I think. I think these are, like, 3x3 compressions of those, but I wasn't going to deal with that. So, um... I think I can skip the mod box for now. What do you mean those aren't in storage upstairs? Well, now they are. Alright. No, I do not want AI viewers. Go away. Look, I'm not trying to accelerate the dead internet theory. It's bad enough there might be arguments about whether or not I'm part of the dead internet. Am I just a random bot pretending to do Vault Hunters? Well, fake phone call, putting up a be right back sign. It's all part of the ruse, so you know that I'm clearly a real human, right? I'm never showing my face. Clearly, I'm just an AI voice, all programmed to do this. Pretend like I exist. Because this is exactly how badly an AI would play this game, right? Move the sheepsies, a little sheepsies, just a few blocks forward. Um, Drowned in my wall, drowned in my wall. There's now a drowned in my wall. That's the color wall. I think. I think that's everything I need for the color wall. I'm not doing the panes and the frameless panes and all that. I did that the very, 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 very first season, and like carpets, and honestly, like, nah. All right, rock, rock. That's an easier enough next array. I need to get something that actually unloads these because these keep filling up. It's raining outside. That's good. Need to get turtles. Need to get a stack upgrade in that, I think. Otherwise, I'm just going to cause myself headaches with this. Five size platinum T and 6 chromatic steel for that is a decent deal. All right. Now, there's one problem. This is too far out. What do you mean it's too far out? It's too far out. If I want to hook it up to the storage, it needs to be in range of this with one of the plates attached to it. Now, the problem is, before I can do that, if I just stuck this on here, it will take anything, including these. So I need to make it a filter upgrade and a stack upgrade. And then it can take a bunch of size 5, plentiful, or other things like that and stack them up and other ones like that. And this can attach one bag to the system per plate. So that plate will be part of the system later. All right. These are in the floor of chromatic caves. So if I rip out chromatic caves, this is a good collectible terracotta to have in the doesn't void category. This very commonly is the powder you find any place in the vault. Glass is handled by villagers, so I don't need to do that. Wool, I've got 16 low-level productions that I will increase later. concrete, I'm going to have to say that orange, green, these all appear to be very, very common colors to get out of the vault, and therefore are very, very common colors that I should not void, so that I can build up my concrete counts. Calcite. So soil. Moss will be very common in the vaults that generate moss. So I don't need that. I will set up automatic logs. I set all of those, so those go in here, and then go back to their storages. I said go back to their storages. Technically, you can dye the colors on the numbers if you need them higher contrast, like the white numbers on the white boxes. I could go in and say dye them black in case I need to be able to read them. And like I can adjust other colors like that if I need to. But honestly, I feel that is a bit ugly, so we're going to not have that. Raw vaults are raw vaults, so those already have special designation markers for like harvesting ores and things like that without automatically voiding them. Compact blocks also won't automatically void from resource vaults or the factories. I think that also means technically glowstone is fine. I swear I've got cobweb somewhere. There it is. Spore blossom will start growing on site at some point. I'm hurting for cactus, so let's add cactus. Howdy, howdy. Yeah, yeah, I know. Like, I don't need to void anything right now. I just was going to add it to my generates when or I can get out of the vaults with it since I'm going to start hammering, like, now. Because with greater haste, the mining speed is 40 to break vault doors. And I've got a stupid, extremely low powered 46.6 mining speed Omni. So I'm going to start tearing into the ore rooms much heavier than before, including the chromatic caves, which means that I had to make sure that I was not voiding all of the like useful terracotta just because that saves me on having to go and raid a Badlands or whatever. Also, feel free to come by and reference my color wall if you want to double check what all is on the wall, and also if you wanted to just like steal like one of any of the blocks that I actually have still left, at least one, you in theory can do that. Unfortunately, it will not give you a 100% index because some of the things I have in fact used up all of them, like the dyed glass. But I mean, you know how to make dyed glass, and it's right, the dyes are right there on the end, and I showed the trick with sticking it through the little centrifuge machine from wool. So if you ever like, I don't have enough dyes, this thing does it. Just put some wool in a container down here, and it'll spit out white wool and dyes. All right, that's all sorted. 4 hours 13 minutes. First vault. Nether. Nether elixir, and I just got my hammer set up, so I have one job, and that is to skip every single challenge room on the way in. If I hit a dig site, I'm going to do the dig site because, well, one, I've got a hammer. Two, dig site. Three, I am one of the Vault God favored boys. Rude. They aren't even really worth killing. 6 to the elixir? That was more than 6 of those guys. So some of them gave me 0. Anyways. And one up. Hey! Whatever my current mining task is done. I do not have the magnet range I want on this. But spider dungeon. Hey! Alright. I also don't have the retry one. This is close, but... Alright. So that's all the things down here. And I missed that jump. Because I had a little bit of lag there. So we're going to come over here. That one almost took me out. Let me know if I should put in a router just to automatically pick those all up for you. Because we can just like vacuum up the pearls into a storage container, and whenever it's full, I'm going to have to upgrade after this to a small backpack and add a feeding upgrade, because that is the next step whenever I get the hammer. Also, options, Vault Hunters, Vault HUD, Shift, click, zeros. Because that's what I want. That is not how I wanted to do that jump. Okay. And C's. If whatever I spawned manages to catch up with me, I'll fight it then. Square vault. Anyways, tanks are bugged out. Because tanks aren't supposed to be ones. They're always supposed to be jackpot. Anyways. Come and get me, boys. Should be easy. I'm in a mine room right next door. With nothing upstairs. Okay, one thing upstairs. Alright. Hi, boys. Anchor, my beloved. Alright. Next up is south. About halfway done, 16 minutes. 2 war rooms. Not great ones, but what you want to do at level 39. It's not worth the plentiful stacks, and I wouldn't have known it was going to be a void or nether anyways. I managed to buy a void augment out of the black market earlier. Like 400 soul shards seems like a good deal. So that's sitting around for me to use at some point so that I can start echo mining at some point. But let's hit like 50 first. Okay, that one didn't spawn anything. I want to clear those guys out. Why do I always wait till like 65 to do this? Right, because hammers are expensive in any update but this one. Not just because of the hammer, but because normally you need like 50 something, which, like... Two. Right. I can technically add those to it, but I don't remember. Are those actually asked by the vault? Are shroom lights actually one of the things that the vault asked for at higher levels? Can't remember. Not that they're hard to farm once you've got like botany pots and like one of each piece of nylium and each mushroom. So anyways, Not a bad haul so far. A slight lag there. I'm set on piece of cake. The last time I poked this, I was on normal. Let's see how much they shred me this low. Oof. Crits for 2 hearts. Standard for 1. So they're not nothing. But it is better now that I'm on piece of cake. Obviously. Right. I always do that with this stupid ground one. I go to like mine it quickly, but I'm always lined up with the center because that's good mining etiquette. And it's always starts hitting the spawner in the middle. And then like I never actually kill the spawner quickly. So I'm just sitting there like not mining it while the guys are spawning right on my face. Like that guy. So, like, this room still is not free on piece of cake. But... which one do we think it is? Is this a Pex? Or boots? Pex. I swear, yep. Size 5. Okay, that's good. Fortunately, it doesn't provide reaping. Which actually makes it not too bad for, like, making a axle for, Ow. They've got quite some reach on them. Dang it. Healing wasn't quite off cooldown. Hey, I mean, that's almost everything out of a, factory. And I don't think I can complain about the ores. Okay. Who am I kidding? I can always complain about anything, so... jot that down. Xenium, Larimar, Iskallium stone, Gorgonite stone, or Vault stone, Painite. Balmy. Sparkle. Upa. Ash. Pizza. There we go. Dang it, now I can't craft the Nether's augment. Like, arguably, that was on me. I absolutely should have followed through on changing over to my potion and drinking a bit of it. But hey. Compression blocks. Sand. And stone. Soul sand. Obsidian. Andesite. Okay. So that means I need one of that. Obsidian, compress block 1, compress block 2. Sand 2. Soul sand. Did I never assign it? No, it did get assigned. Same with this. And that's why all of those need compression. So that I can do factory rooms like that late game and have them just get put away. Still need to deal with the bows from earlier by making some dispensers. Because I use them for activators. But anyways, hey, look. I don't think anyone can say that getting a PAX meant that room was something I should skip. So, wanna take my unique and immediately stick it in the smelter. I mean, PAX. So I remember I have it. It is, in fact, sitting in the tool thing as soon as I try and make my next tool. Again! Next vault. Lapis, flesh, granite, carrots. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these. Take them apart. Throw them at that. Put the extra away. This feels annoying that I have to do this. Lapis. Lapis and flesh. Okay, I can use that. Flesh. Flesh. There we go. Lapis and flesh. That was not enough flesh. Rock. Okay, that's the last of my flesh for now. Rock. Again. Yeah, I should continue looking for gilded chest scrolls, which I haven't been getting much of since level 26. Sure, we'll murder some assassins for some vault diamonds. Alright. Ugh. Okay, yes. There is podzol in the vaults, so I should add podzol. Do I want to make all the mobs faster and me as poor as possible? Let's take merchant power. No. I just like braziers for this purpose because, like, in theory, I would have been tempted to just kind of go and immediately hi boys, what's up? You don't have to worry about lava around chests when you have an anchor. Anchor. Because all you need is for your magnet to be less than your reach, or to be greater than your base reach. Anyways. I was potentially going to use this as a good chromatic iron run. Although I do have slightly boosted chests. More souls injured. Or point of interest. No hidden gilded down there. Already killed my designated number of assassins. I'm not here for experience, but I've already boosted chests, so I don't want to increase the number of traps. Another one of those is bonus. More traps, more souls. So we want to move on out. That's these. I don't see the living secret up there. Alright. We can power souls. Luck, but traps. And we're now far enough in that traps aren't giving anything. I think it's at below level 35. Traps still drop things. Luckier, faster. Alright, boys. Yeah. Looks like level 35. Which seems like a weird timing for it, but Not down here. That actually was annoying. Okay. So that's another place this one can spawn. Good to know. I think that's all of that. Cheeseburger. Deluxe cheeseburger. What does upstairs say? Upstairs says better orbs at minus max health. I did that wrong. Like, I still haven't fixed my dang loot display. Ow. Which I should. Head south. Yeah, more endpoints. Alright. South, south, south. Then it's normal spider dungeon. Completely normal. Strafe. I will eventually hit it. Oh, lovely. There's going to be a ghost waiting for me at the door. Everyone loves that. Ooh, trinket from the champ. Behind me, rude. Shall we dance? Shall we dance? Shall we dance to the music? Shall we dance? Omega shield. I think I have to pick active cooldowns. Like, with the next closest one being the regen. But I think if I had gotten the totem one, I might have selected that first, just because I don't know how many times I'm going to run dungeons this season. And I find the totem being the potion as opposed to the potion being the cooldown for the totem works better for doing my EXP runs if I do Spellman as the Drunken Wizard to do late game EXP bursts. I love Cleave. I never did use that one point earlier when I was looking at my skills. I believe the appropriate place for me to put that to start is 1 point sorcery, and then I can start doing Arcana till level 47. Or room. But you didn't take any of the ore modifiers. Why are you doing the ore room? Because hammer. When the room takes about a minute to clear, and most of that is traveling to the points of interest, doesn't matter whether or not you took it as any of the braziers, because like it's free. Especially when they're all dumb enough to walk into the same pit. Like, sure, it'd be a little bit faster if I had a magnet that could cover the whole point of interest. Ow. Super ghost. X mark. I don't have the high speed damage output to justify that. Options, Vault Hunters, HUD. We're going to do some of the points of interest down here, mainly because it'll let me clear out any of the mobs next to the dungeon here. This one will be crunchier. Especially if I get lag spikes like that. Come on, boys. Thank you. If I'm going to do something stupid, I might as well make sure that I get to loot the chest at the beginning. Extreme, yay. Okay, that's all those. Ow, that one spawned behind me. At least it didn't crit me there. That would have been bad if the Black Widow had managed to crit me when I backed up into it. Okay, I need to add inscriptions to the loot pool. I think that or my bag is full, which probably is from gear and whatnot. You're fine up there. Yep, bag's full. Two champs. All right. Um, important thing is these. And to cheese the champion. Of course. And to get my butt out of dodge. With my ridiculous amount of loot. Okay. I unfortunately used up 2 oranges in that, but I think that was probably worth it. Okay, sir. One sec, let me get emeralds. Not that many emeralds. Alright, sir. Do you have for me some colorful... Nope. Leave my premises, sir. cards. Four mod boxes, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a wait. $4K disc. Okay. So that goes here. Soon. Anyways, time to regain mana from having mob kills active. All right. The net change is I have spent 1 orange on that vault. Vault Hunter's options. Vault HUD. Like that. Where's the potion visibility thing? Because it keeps moving the expertise point thing. Which means it must be up here someplace. I don't want to reset things because then I have to rearrange a lot more. There we go. Experience information. Okay. Sure, let's roll these boots right now. No living. Notable. Scrap. Alright, expertise. Chaotic. Alright. Downstairs we go. And then we get to stare at this. Put the black chromatic away. Description goes in here. Wait, do I already have a console here? No. Why is it not letting me? That was... That was one of the cave themes. Cavern. There we go. That was being done. Tank mobs, no thank you. Scavenger. Let's see, one. No, I just need to hit this. All right. Gear and then probably a wrap for the day. Because it is currently 40 minutes to restart and 10:40 local time. Oh, okay. I'm wondering. You are coming with me. In the memory, we can tell it to ignore MBT. So, if that's the case, router, this should never need a stack. Uh, 1, 2, 3 iron. 1. And then it's 16 layering 2 essence, yes. All right. That makes this. Then I need a puller. Which, do I have any hoppers around? I think I have hoppers around someplace. Puller and sender. So 1, 2, 3. Huh. Apparently no hoppers, so we go and make a couple of hoppers. Sender mark. Okay, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4 essence. 1, 2, 3, 4 essence. 2. I think. Something like that. Yep. So. Chests. Then it's Steel, Silk, and Larry. Plus 1 die of your choosing. 1 die of your choosing. And I think actually putting speed on it is overkill. Technically. I'm going to put a muffler here. Then we're going to go from here. Send to here. And it gets to pretend to be me. Because otherwise it's not going to work. There we go. Alright. Like upgrade. Speed is probably overkill, but there's no kill like overkill. Always on, but on slow. Probably I just need to change it from a non-limited barrel to like a display barrel. Make it a high level. And then have any of the what you call it? Any jewels sent here by a delooter. Back. Wings. Okay. we've got legendary soul quant, legendary dura, or duration, not dura. And then we have whatever else is in here. We want to check those for anything. That's not something I care about. That's not something I care about. This is just a epic. It's just an, okay. It's an off-brand Omega. Off-brand rare. Off-brand rare. Off-brand rare. Like, in theory, I should potentially keep Omegas. Off-brand rare. Okay, so keep. Off-brand rare. Off-brand rare. Off-brand rare. Off-brand rare. Off-brand Omega. With a decent spread, but like just like, yeah, its stats are Omega. All right. I've already got a relatively good sword and a good replacement sword upcoming. So I need to get lucky for any kind of magnet to outclass what I've already got. In modifiers, because I need like the high rarity. To make it really worthwhile. But I can give some rolls a shot. I rolled low on the lucky hit. Probably I should try and roll the high level chest plate there. The boots are relatively recent, so they'll be harder to replace. Alright. So this is at least Omega in quality. I should roll those to see what I can do. Wings trinket. Attack damage. Extremely low rolls on the back end. Can you take Arcane? Arcane. Nope. Take Battle Cry. Alright. Health. Health. Yeah, I think there's currently a bug where, like, +1 level is heavily weighted. So you're almost always going to get at least 1 level. Piercing Javelin I might have been tempted with. But even then, likely. That's shredded. Ooh. Copy. Item rarity. And I want item quantity. Alright. We have a replacement. I don't need pulse speed. Mining or reach? I'll take mining. It's not going to make too much difference, except it does make chest break a little quicker. That means I can go a little more ham on rerolling this. Ooh. Not quite beating the one I just made. But it's a good number 2. Are you calling it shit? Crafty left, so I can't just peep what level she got to. I think she was mid-30s. She might... I don't know what she is focusing on, if she's focusing on things like higher quality loot from chests. Four repairs. That's a decent number of repairs. And that's a very early magnet that I get to just stick in here and keep. And that one just... it's there. Alright. Let's see. Then Hopper goes here. Rock. Arrows I need to sort out. Not because they're difficult, but because I just haven't. Level 35. Okay. Did you hop on because I had mentioned that I can't just peek at your level? Like, in theory, I could have just done it by looking at your last vault exit. If that was why. But I've got a level 39 magnet with 28 rarity, 14 item quantity, about a half block of reach. But I managed to roll a 30% rarity on a 14 item quant magnet. So right now I'm wearing that instead. And right now I'm throwing out a bunch of lower quality gear, including drop shipper gear pieces, aka chaotics, where it's like, yeah, this is just a rare or an epic you can't re-roll with the counts off just a little bit. But otherwise, it's like nothing interesting. And they aren't, unfortunately, even going to give you like the better quality of scrap when you recycle. Where like Epic has a chance of giving you a faceted. They might be able to. But it's like, yeah, what is this? That's a common sword. A badly rolled common sword. What's this? Badly rolled rare shield. Okay, no faceted foci. Efficiency's already maxed out again. Hey, little guy. Can you put this away for me? Thank you. He's not even the one that puts it away. Yeah, I know, but you know. That's worth the scrap. I think technically Hammer. Scrap. The 2 is currently my max for each I can make. Yeah. Okay. $15. +8. Hammer. Hammer. Vanilla. Like, technically, I should probably be taking the 7s. Or reach. $474. I think I'll take the 8 mining speed. I need to make a dang computer. All right. That's unloaded. That's unloaded. That's unloaded from being an ad hoc. Essence. Not even diamonds, just like 2 little essences each. And then I give it a feeder upgrade. Please don't refer to it like that. Four steel, 4 iron. What was that? Just a standard ×1 beat block? Packed. It has to actually be packed. Okay. And then just throw some gold at some fruit. Like at least. Yeah. Alright. Carrot. Melon slice. Apple. Alright. It's allowed to feed me sweets. Okay, to be fair, I'm not even done upgrading it into active. Redstone blocks. There we go. There's rarely a reason why you wouldn't upgrade fully to this. Because that lets you do things like ignore health, allow sweets, allow bread. And I can go like this. And I can stick the gold in the storage. Pass. I've got netherite someplace. Worst case scenario, I make my own. There we go. All right. Downstairs. Vault compass. Something, do something without telling your chat what you're doing. It's not even a silk block. Like, this is the most, like... Like, the only reason it's not, like, just 4 pogs itself is because 4 pogs alone doesn't make for a good look. But this should be, like, a magic silk block for the amount of material or whatever. Alright. That adds a map. I've got a map. Finally. And I'll see you guys all next time. Bye.